Wait. Are we missing one of our alternates? I see. Are we good on all our alternates? Are all our alternates here? Ms. Bull. Right, okay, cool, we're good. All right, okay. I'd like to welcome everyone to the February 28th, 2023 meeting of the City of Leon Valley Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We have a quorum, and everyone is in attendance except for our one excused alternate, Ms. Bull. Would someone like to open with the Pledge of Allegiance? Would someone like to lead that? Thank you, Mr. Mata.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah.
Okay. That brings us to item 2, approval of the minutes for the January 24th meeting. The only correction on that was marking Mr. Perry as excused. That was all I saw, because that was blank. Yeah. Did anybody have anything else? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
We approve the minutes.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Mata and a second by Mr. Campos. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. We are going to rearrange the next part of our agenda slightly to accommodate the public that has come this evening for one item specifically. So unless anybody has any objections, we're going to move item 3.3 first. Okay. So we're going to do item 3.3, presentation, public hearing, and discussion to consider recommendation on a request for a zone change from RE1 Residential Estates Zoning District to R6 Garden House Zoning District on approximately 21.352 acres of land, being Grass Hill Estates subdivision located along William Rancher, Grass Hill, Samaritan, and Aids Drives. And I believe we're going to hear from our city manager, Crystal Caldera, first.
Yes, good evening, commissioners and residents of Leon Valley. So I just wanted to put this agenda item into a little bit of context. Back in 2017, the city had to settle a lawsuit. And as part of that lawsuit, the city purchased this property for about $500,000. At the time, and it's my understanding and from the information I can follow, is that the city had no intention of keeping this property. So it came back to the council at that time and zoned this property as RE1 in hopes that a developer would come in at one point and develop 1 acre type lots on this property. We're in the process of doing some drainage improvements along this property. We needed to replat the property and get the property listed in order to be sold. The feedback we're getting from developers that have come and approached the city about developing that property is that RE1 or 1 acre lots is not a feasible or financially advantageous project for developers to come in and develop that property. Can you do me a favor and go to the zoning map for me, Elizabeth? And so when I was evaluating the surrounding area of the RE1, I took a look at the zoning around that property. And so if you take a look, you have R1 around to the left of the property. Then you have the ridge, and all of that is R6. And so what we were hearing from the developers is that R6 would be more of an advantageous zoning district. There is no other RE1 in that area at all other than this property that they zoned back in 2017. And so we were just trying to get some feedback from the community. So it worked. We have people here. And so trying to determine what would be feasible other than maybe RE1 or other than just leaving it as a parkland. What would there be any other option? Would R1 be an option for them? Would R6 be an option for them? Or is it truly, do they want to leave it a park? That's an option they can certainly provide to the council. But the intentions back in 2017 was that this property was going to be sold in order for the city to recoup its $500,000. And so we would not be able to recoup those funds unless zoning were to change on this property. And so it is up to the council and the residents of the community to determine what the best fit of that neighborhood is. And so this really came kind of for me, sorry guys, because I was trying to find a different zoning district that would work also with the recommendations that were coming from developers. We've been approached by about 4 developers looking at developing that property, and all of them were leaning more towards like an R6 development. And so we decided to put it on to see what the climate was from the community, to see if that would be something palatable to the residents of that area. If it's not, that's fine too. We just want to know what would be. And so tonight, if you don't mind, when you come up here to address the commission, if you don't mind expressing other than RE1, what would be another zoning district y'all would be interested in? If y'all don't want anything else other than RE1, if you could just please state that, so then that way I can kind of get a feel. That's basically what this agenda item is tonight. It's not us trying to like push a zoning through. We just wanted to see if the climate changed in that area from 2013 when the original lawsuit was filed, 2017 when the zoning was done, to now 2023, because climates and communities change all the time. So we just wanted to see if that had changed in that particular area. So just to put it in context for this agenda, I'm going to turn it over to Mindy, and she's going to go through the history and the zoning of this property. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. So the applicant is the City of Leon Valley. It is vacant. So we're asking to consider a recommendation authorizing a zone change from RE1, Residential Estate Zoning District, to R6, which is Garden House Zoning District. Your options are to recommend approval as requested or deny. Can you go back to the very first background? It's right there. So to go through the background, back in 1969, the city annexed Seneca and Crystal Hills area, about 120 acres, as temporary R1 single family. And then through the 1970s, the rest of it was annexed as temporary R1, R4 townhome. They platted 35 acres. They rezoned the lot for R4 and 2 lots for R3. They platted 25 R4 lots. In 1975, they replatted to remove townhome lots to establish 11 R1 lots. In 1976, the developer requested new zoning district to be created as R6 Garden Homes and placed in our code, and was approved. Several attempts were made during the 70s and 80s to replat the lots along William Rancher with R1 zoning, but was never accomplished due to different challenges. And in the 1980s, there was also platted several times. There was a rezoning request from R1 to B2 retail, denied. Rezoning request for 6.7 acres at the corner of AIDS and Samaritan to R1 to R6, also denied. So you can see 1985 to 1997, there was rezoning, platting, and 2003, another rezoning request. 2005, also replatted. 2006, another rezoning. 2007, approved for a request from citizens who petitioned the City Council to revise the master plan to remove any reference to R6 garden home zoning from this district. So in 2010, the zoning commission recommended denial request for 6-1. In 2011, the developer was granted a waiver, which allowed them to reapply for zoning without waiting 6 months. And as Dr. Carter also said, in 2017, the city purchased this as a lawsuit settlement agreement. And 2019, this property was rezoned from temporary R1 to RE1 residential estates. And here we are at 2023. They just platted it, and now we are trying to rezone. So the master plan recommendation, I'm just going to go this real quickly. The land use for Seneca Estates, Units 3 and 3B, are established neighborhoods and should be maintained as residential areas. The undeveloped tracts should be zoned R1 single family, and consolidation of these properties west of Seneca East subdivision designated by A and B is recommended to coordinate the development of the property and utilities. So the traffic impact analysis, we have our city engineer here who's going to answer questions to that. We're going to go through these real quickly. I'm going to let him address these questions. So here is the plat of the property that got approved last month. Here's your BCAD map that shows the different lots. Your aerial view of the property. And as Dr. Carter showed you, our zoning map. So the notification process, 28 letters were sent out. One was in favor with preservation of the large part of the subdivision for parkland, 27 in opposition, and 0 undeliverable. The approval of this zone change may request and to produce additional ad valorem tax, sales tax revenue on this property for the city of Leon Valley. The staff has no objection to this approval of the request.
So with 27 in opposition, I assume that meets the percentage threshold for us to need to supermajority.
Correct.
Okay. 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 Does anybody have any questions for Mindy specifically?
I'm just wondering if it might be wise, and I'm not saying that the people here assembled aren't aware, but you might want to go through the basics of some of the zoning options we're looking at and possibly describe some of the differences.
So right now what we're proposing is from RE1 to R6, which is garden homes. That's what we're proposing tonight.
And for those of you who in the audience, RE1 is a recent and new zone that was created in the last 2 years for an estate size residence, which is larger than an R1.
Yeah.
So
Acre
it'll be going
lots,
from the
right?
largest to the second smallest residential lot.
What's the smallest?
Something like Monte Robles, maybe?
R7's bigger.
Is it bigger?
Mm-hmm.
I stand corrected.
I was like, what's smaller than R6? R7's bigger.
What would Monte Robles be classified as
They're RE1.
currently? Yeah,
You,
okay.
mostly.
So that's a good example of,
I think they could rezone as RE1 if they wanted to. I don't know if there's lots there that are smaller than an acre though. Because they developed
Yeah, that's
before
true.
RE1 was,
it's an acre or larger.
yeah. Okay. Does anybody have other questions for Mindy? I'll run through the zones for everybody before I open the public hearing. Mr. Blackmore.
Well, my understanding, it's been changed a number of times. Got it annotated. The last time it was changed, there was a lot of opposition. They wanted it to stay the way it was or is. And my understanding, the people who live in that area don't want it to change. And I don't think it should change. The developer wants to put houses out there, let them go ahead and put houses out there. But not change it to a garden. I want to remind the people here, we got 4 projects. Apartments, garden homes, on Hebner, 2 on Hebner, 1 on Poss, and one on Evers they want to put in. You got to think of the future. That's going to increase the traffic along Seneca in that particular area. Not only that, it's going to increase the traffic on Bandera. Now, I think it's great we're getting, they want to put housing, want to develop it. I think that's great. It increases our tax base. But what are we giving away? Giving away our little city. I just can't see it. And I hope we don't change it tonight. If the council wants to change it, so be it. Leave it to them. Let them change it. But as far as this commission is concerned, I'm for keeping it the way it is. That's all I got to say.
Did anybody have a question for Mindy?
Votes to have a supermajority?
What percentage did we need? Did we need 5? Did we need 5 out of 7? Was it 75%? I think it's 75%. Yeah. That's 5 out of 7. I don't math. I stopped mathing 15 years ago when I graduated college. But they don't vote. Yeah. Okay. If there's no more questions for Mindy, I'm going to run through. You can sit. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to run through some instructions for the public really quick and just a general rundown of the rezoning we could do that are zoning options. And then, of course, your brains can run wild with other options you could give the city. Freedom to do whatever you want with your suggestions, as Crystal said. So you're not stuck with the zones. You can tell Crystal whatever is on your mind to do with that land. She asked for the suggestions. So there is a sign-up sheet. If you come up to speak, it has things to write on it, which involve your name and I think also your address. I don't know if it's asking for anything. Name and address. And so if you could write those things down while you're up there. If when you speak, you just want to say your name, and you can just write your address. You don't have to say that out loud. Just say your name clearly so that it's on the record. But as for zones that we could rezone it, if you're for development of that land in any piece or wholly, you can say just a part of it, and part of it for park, part of it for development. That is a possibility also. We don't have to develop all of it. You can tell Crystal all of your thoughts. There's single family. These are all single family, just different lot sizes. Most of you probably live in R1, which is your normal single family home with your normal size yard. R6 is what is currently on tonight, which is the newer developments you're seeing with the very small yards. Then the lot size on that is 4,500 square feet. The lot size on an R1 is a minimum of 8,400 square feet. So you're looking at almost half. Okay? We also have an R7 zone, which is a little bigger. 6,050 is the minimum. Those are all the single families. You can also do multiple families, which I'm sure most of you are against because I've lived in this town long enough to know most people are against those, but I can give those as an option, or you can just say you want those as an option and we can run wild with what those are. And so we'll open the public hearing at 6:50. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. We'll have Miss Elizabeth running a timer. Please be respectful if she tells you that your time is up, to just quickly wrap up your thought there so that everybody has time. We don't usually enforce that, but we don't usually have this many people. So go ahead and come up. Remember to state your name and write down whatever the paper's asking for.
Thank you. My name is Grant Riley. I live in the city. I have lived here at the current residence I'm at for over 37 years. And actually, I've been traveling up and down Bandera Road since 1961, so I've seen all the changes. Specifically, My concern for this rezoning is how it will impact traffic on Bandera Road. In a previous life, I was an architect. I would have been very excited about the possibilities of rezoning and what could be done construction-wise. But my concern now is traffic. I could be very wrong. I would love to have seen the traffic analysis up there. Hopefully I can get a copy of it and study it further. I did a quick tally. On the residential portion north of William Rancher, I believe there to be approximately 168 housing units. Okay? I did a quick calc based on, and I live in a garden home. My garden home on Britannia Court is an 8,000 square foot lot. And so I did a quick tally, okay, maybe 8,000. I'm concerned that a rezoning to R6 would be a substantial increase and burden of traffic. He's already mentioned Seneca, Bandera. I've seen it for the last 37 years. By my quick calculations, what could be wrong, I see that the 168 housing units there now could go up conceivably, oh, excuse me, I quoted wrong. There's 121 housing units now. If we go to 8,000 square foot, because I didn't know about the 4,500, that would be another 168. In effect, we could have, I figured 1.5 cars per lot. That was for currently what's maybe in the area, 180 cars. If you figure the additional burden, it could carry us up to 430 cars. I'm concerned that there's no other outlet except onto Bandera Road through either Grass Hill or Seneca. I wish there was some other outlet possibility through to Wurzbach, through to Grissom, but I don't see it. Maybe the city has somehow contemplated. But with that not being the case, Seneca is going to have to handle the burden, and I don't think it could significantly handle that. There's already traffic issues with what's there currently, and I don't see that Texas Highway Department's going to allow any major shift in timing. They have a percentage of time allotted to Bandera Road, a small percentage allotted to Seneca. And I'm going to tell you, people are not courteous, they don't understand the rules of the road, and most people don't handle it very well. So I'll wrap up. I'm concerned because of the traffic impact. If there's an alternative, please consider it. I'm otherwise not opposed to rezoning, other than it's going to increase our traffic in that area tremendously. Thank you.
So you don't really care what happens with the lot as long as it doesn't affect traffic?
Yeah, I mean, that is my concern. Seneca gets, Seneca's the stepchild, and anything we do is not going to help Seneca any better. If there was an alternative to relieving the traffic from Seneca, I mean, Grass Hill can't carry that much. The burden, and I'd love to know what the demographics are, the burden falls onto Seneca and Bandera. And if somebody could tell me, here's what we foresee, I'd love to get behind it and say, rah, rah. But I don't see it happening, just realistically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charles Matthews. I live on Seneca. I don't believe that we need to do anything with this land. I don't know who the developers are. That would be really nice to share that information with us so we could question them as to Who's going to share the cost of upgrading the roads to city standards? Because right now, they're just this side of dirt roads. Very, very expensive to run the roads and the utilities. Traffic-wise, we have enough. We have too much. This will just impact the traffic on Bandera Road yet again, and I just do not see anybody doing that on purpose. We have enough traffic as it is, 80,000 a day at last count, I believe. You can add another 300 just if we went through with this tonight. Thank you.
So what should the city do with the land if you don't want developers to do something with the land?
I would like to see the land just stay just like it is. I don't think it's costing the taxpayers. We'll outlive that $500,000 price tag.
So just leave it as wild land, don't turn it into a park or anything?
Absolutely. Leave it as is.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Hendricks, and I live at 6015 8th Street. I came prepared, so I'm going to tell you what I have to say, but now you've given us options of what we can say. So first, I just want to tell you that my husband Ray and I have lived in our home for 43 years. And we are opposed to the rezoning of the acreage from RE1 to R6. As you know from the past, we have come here numerous times, and the residents of our subdivision are also opposed to it. And y'all received the many letters that did show opposition. So I wanted to tell you that the current homes on William Rancher and Aids are an example of what the property would look like if we have RE1 homes built there. And I call it casual country. We have 1 acre or larger lots. Our homes are well kept, and we have this natural country setting. And that's what everybody loves. And currently, we have several other neighborhoods in Leon Valley that also have 1 acre or more lots, such as El Verde or Monteropolis, which I'll already discussed. And they have homes being built there in Monteropolis right now. So you know there is a demand, or it is possible for a market for larger lots. But now that you've given us more to think about, most people, when I talk to them, they would like the property to be left alone. We don't want a park because we already have the pocket park, but we want a true natural area like it is adjacent to Raymond Rinkus Park. Someplace that's natural, someplace where the citizens could walk, like maybe a walking loop type thing is what I would think. Currently, I bet we have 70 plus people that come down there almost every day. Now, I mean, some are weekend walkers, but most come. They're coming from the ridge because the ridge is quite steep, and they're looking for something a little bit less steep. Kids ride their bicycles, the little motorized cars are zipping up and down the street, and families have babies in baby carriages and dogs on leashes and things, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for some room to breathe in. And so I think everybody would really love to have it just left natural, but not build any more of a park setting with picnic tables and all that type of thing. They just like to walk it and be in it. We weren't really prepared to think of the other ideas that we could have for this area, but trying to think what else I would want to tell you. I just would like it not to be R6. I would like it to stay with the estate RE1 setting, or go to just a park, a natural, not a park, sorry, the natural area type thing.
Thank you. Can we move the sign-up sheet maybe to the part next to Elizabeth so that people can sign it maybe while they're waiting to talk? That way we're not signing it at the podium.
Okay. Thank you.
I can't believe I'm back again. I've lived in this city for 49 years, and I have been fighting this for 49 years.
Excuse me, ma'am, what's your name?
Laura Cardenas. I live at 5903 Seneca and William Rancher. I've lived there for 49 years. I am against this for all the reasons that the three other people have mentioned. This is the largest parcel piece of land that Leon Valley has. Why do we want to add more garden homes? Why do we want to add more traffic? Why do we want to ruin the beautiful setting that we have? It doesn't make any sense. Is the city going to go bankrupt if they don't get their $500,000 back? I don't think so. No. I'm against it. Developers are developers are developers. They're in it for the buck, and they want bang for their buck. Like someone mentioned, there are going to be some garden homes or townhomes on Evers and someplace else. That's a lot of traffic. My daughter, that was her first home. She would have been 49 years old this year. I'm totally against it. You know, we settled on the RE6, the estates, because that was our option at that point. Tonight, you've given us other options. You say, what else can we do? What would I want? I'd love it for it to stay the same. I enjoy meeting the people that live in the area that don't even live in my immediate area. They come to walk that area because it's beautiful, it's peaceful, it's natural. The deer abound, and I can truthfully say so do the skunks and the raccoons that come to my yard and eat my cat's cat food. But, you know, we're talking about quality of life here, too. We've been in COVID times, you know, people are just being able to get back into a routine of living life. So we want a good quality of life. I moved to Leon Valley in 1974 because I wanted a good quality of life. Small town, good policing, good people. And I'm still here. I'm a widow, but I'm still here, and I'm going to stay here as long as my kids let me. And like I said, you know, we're talking about traffic, and you say maybe 1.5 cars per lot or per home. No, you go to the garden homes around, they're more than 1.5 cars. A lot of the garden homes only have a one-car garage. Consequently, they close it off, make another room, and they're parking their cars outside. So to me, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm totally against it. I would like to keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Monica Alcocer. I too have been here many times on this issue. I live on AIDS Drive. As a follow-up from COVID, from what Laura said, the people post-COVID or during COVID learned they wanted space. They didn't want to be able to do racour, whatever it's called, from roof to roof because they're so close, or ask their neighbor, can you give me out their window a cup of sugar? And what appalls me the most about this is the city's request. The city of Leon Valley has requested this change, not a developer. A developer comes and makes an offer, but then when I ask about it, I'm told that's the city's right. I guess it is the city's right, but we have a right because we live there. We do have a city staff member that lives in our area. If I'm not mistaken, that family signed in against it, and yet they live in one of the garden homes. I just don't get it that after all these years of working toward the R1E, which was the last one, and the first one, which I thought was done in 2019. Anyway, it was appalling to see that we hadn't been an R1. We were temporary for all those years. So the developer comes in, the most recent one, has a Russian owner. Do we check those kind of things? That we let an oligarch buy in Leon Valley? Not if you have something to say and it's counted. So please consider the traffic, just so people will know, you can't win the traffic issue because they say those two roads are built for 10,000 cars. Small as those roads are, they're built for 10,000 cars. So, but this is the other thing to consider. There's two other lots, one that has no access whatsoever, and the other one had a nursing home that never, in reading the thing for tonight, it never got approved for the zoning that, and yet they were allowed to be there for several years. So that's another approximately 37 acres that they're going to push. If you allow this change to go through, they're going to push for that change to go and say, well, we can have those kind of lots too, and then we have, could be 1,000 homes in that area added in. Where are they going to go to school? We quit on the police, so we have many fewer police officers now. Please consider all the issues and not just this one. It will be developed at some point, but how it is, it can be a combination of the RE1 and parkland and natural area. Thank you.
My name is Linda Barker, and I live on Grass Hill. I'm not on AIDS, I'm on Grass Hill. And as far as the traffic goes that the other people were talking about, I have a Ring camera on my garage, and any time between 5 and 6 hours, there's more than 50 cars that go up and down my street. So Seneca is not the only one that gets slammed with the traffic. I would like to see it stay the same. We need green area, green space. From what I understand, the new drainage ditch that they're going to put in is going to take out all the trees back behind that one home, all the way over to AIDS. So we need as much green space as possible, which we were promised by the city when the last zoning thing went through and the little houses across from my house were built, because the builder is supposed to allot so many acres for however many houses they put in. We got the pocket park. Another thing, too, is the city police. Okay, the city police, there was a dead body found two doors down from my house. And they said we would be monitoring up and down. In my Ring camera, since that happened, I've seen them go 4 times down Grass Hill. So that's not representative of the citizens there, let alone anything else they want to put. So please, please keep it like it is. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. I've been in that home over 20 years as a resident of Leon Valley. And I believe my neighbor said it best, Ms. Cardenas, quality of life. That's what we want, quality of life. And I've asked them to put this zoning map up because in the brown area, you see the ridge of Leon Valley. To me, that is not quality of life. That's just a blot that they're trying, that somebody went and put some houses on. If you go out Highway 90 towards Castroville and hit a street called 211, you see a massive blow up of that type of development out there. Okay? And it used to be beautiful out there. There's a golf course out there. I play golf out there. And now that's all you see is out there like that. To me, that type of development in our area is not a quality of life. If you go out there right now, you will see my neighbors walking 5, 6 o'clock at night till it gets dark. And now with the time change, as the sun stays up until about 8:30, 9 o'clock, my neighbors walk till 8, 9:30 o'clock at night. It's a great quality of life in that area. And I believe we have probably the best neighborhood in Leon Valley. No offense to y'all, but we do, because we have that for us. We can get out and walk and forget about our issues of the day. We can get out there and walk and forget about the problems that we have at work or the problems that we had this. Or you know what, I just want to get out. During COVID, I got out and walked. You know, I put on the COVID-15, I got out and walked, you know. But it's important that we listen to the people that it is going to actually affect, and that's my neighbors here. I'm not against progress. But when it affects quality of life in the area that I live in, then I become against it. I'm against the R6 change. I do want to keep it as an RE1, so that way we have that quality of life. If you add that type of development into where we're at, Seneca and Grass Hill, the infrastructure is not going to be able to handle the increase of cars that are in there. So who's going to come in and resurface or put the crown back on the street of Grass Hill and Seneca? They're going to start coming up and down William Ranch, or cutting across on Rimkus, cutting across on Kinman to get to these their back areas. So who's going to come and put the infrastructure better in my street? Is it going to be the city? So what? So now our taxes going to have to go up because we're the one paying for it. Quality of life is important for my neighbors, and I believe keeping it RE1 will give us that that quality of life that we want. So I respectfully request that the R6 zoning change is denied, and that we keep it as an RE1. No park, just leave it alone. We come up here like every 5 years to fight this thing. So I'm assuming that the city thinks that we're going to die off and then somebody's going to come up and say, okay, go ahead and do it. But we're still here. So I respectfully request that we leave it as an RE1. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, may I ask a question? So you said keep it as an RE1, but you also said leave it natural. So if we keep it as an RE1, that assumes we can sell it off to a developer to develop it as 1 acre lots or more. So
Well,
did you want to keep it as RE1, or did you want to keep it a natural area?
Keep it a natural area. I mean,
Okay.
it's zoned RE1, correct?
It is zoned RE1, but if we kept it a natural area, we would zone it a natural area.
Okay, zone, and to me, that's probably the most important, most perfect outcome of this.
Okay.
Zone it a natural area, leave it alone.
And then can I ask one more question? You're not the only one that said this, but since I'm already asking you questions. Multiple people have stated that they walk around in this area. Are there sort of man-made trails in the area, or are you guys walking around on streets?
No, they walk around on the streets. They
Okay.
walk around a William Rancher, down Grass Hill, down.
The square, the rectangle?
I call it the circle. It's that rectangle down AIDS, and then that last street, Samaritan Drive.
Okay.
Everybody walks it. I bike it.
So you aren't walking in the natural area, you're walking around the
We're
nat-
walking around it.
Okay.
We leave the natural area alone. You know, but to us, that belongs to the deer, the skunks, and everybody other kind of
And-
cats and animals that live in there. So
And at a previous meeting, someone had said that people dump trash on the side of the road there. Is that happening? Like
not
mattress-
necessarily.
Okay.
I walked it yesterday. There is a Target. Oh, by the way, Crystal, can you get somebody to pick up that Target basket that's back there? It's somebody dumped
a cart.
a cart, shopping cart of Target back there. But it's not a lot.
Okay.
You don't see that.
There's not like
dump.
piles of like mattresses or anything back in there? Okay.
No, there's not. So if that is an option to leave it as a natural area,
There's no upkeep
there's no upkeep at all.
required by the city to keep trash off of it or keep any trails or anything?
No.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'm all for it, just to leave it the way it is.
For him.
All right. Thank you.
Abraham, are you familiar with Brisas Estates? It's kind of on the other side of the ridge.
I ju- I
Probably like half-acre lots or so. I think they're independently developed homes. I'm just wondering, I hear what you say about keeping it a natural area. Everyone wants that, right? Everyone wants quality of life, and sadly, Leon Valley has been overrun. And when I was a kid growing up, Helotes was nothing. It was very rural out there. But things change, unfortunately. So I'm just wondering if we had to come to some kind of compromise. I mean, because we're representing not just your neighborhood, we're representing Leon Valley as a whole. I know the council is as well. So, would you be opposed to something like that? Obviously, I know what your desires are. Everyone wants what they want, but if there had to be a compromise, how would you feel about a development like that?
If there had to be a compromise, and I'm speaking for Abraham Diaz and Abraham Diaz's family. I'm not speaking for my neighbors back here. But if it had to be a compromise, then there's no developer here that can tell me that they can't sell 1 acre lots. It's nobody. They don't. There's no developer that'll say I can't sell a 1 acre lot, because you know what? If you're going to make that into 1 acre lots where houses have to actually be on an acre, I'll be the first one to buy, because the house that I live in right now is a 2-story house. Okay, I'm going to be empty nesters very, very soon. I have no use for the upstairs. Okay, I'm 55 years old. It's hard for me to go up and down, and I would love to stay in Leon Valley. I love Leon Valley. So if I can go into an acre and build a 1,500 square foot home on an acre lot and keep it like that, then I would. Again, I'm speaking for me, Abraham Diaz. Okay? So if there was a compromise, the only compromise that I would suggest is the RE1, where you turn all that back there into 1 acre lots. I removed that R6. I do have progress. Not that many homes back there go back there, because now the lots are bigger. Okay? So that's what I would compromise. Again, I'm just speaking for myself, okay? And that is just my opinion. If it has to go to something, but it doesn't have to. You don't have to. The city's not losing money by keeping it like again, I've been there 20 years. We're not losing any money, okay? And if we have to rely upon development to make money, then why do I have economic development? Economic development should run the city. My taxes for sales tax should be more than my ad valorem tax from property tax. So if I have to rely on property development to gain money into the city to keep up my police and fire, then I'm wrong, because economic development should drive the money that I make in here. And the reason why I know is because I work in economic development with the city of San Antonio. And I work in housing with the city of San Antonio. And that's all you get in there. And I don't want that, because I see development like that. And 2 to 3 years later, in a development like that, it doesn't stay the same. It gets ruined. And I don't want my neighbors to have that behind us. And then 2 to 3 years later, we're struggling because of a bad development that's there. If it has to go to something, leave it at 1 acre lot. I can guarantee you, have a developer plotted for 1 acre and put a for sale sign for 1 acre, he'll sell it like that. Where somebody can come in there and put their own house however they want to put it, he'll sell it like that. He's lying to you, because how I know, I work with these developers.
1 acre or larger. Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Power.
Drew Power, Canterfield. I live on the other side of Bandera. I got introduced to this neighborhood a couple of years ago when I was on the Parks Commission, and we had a meeting at that pocket park. I go back there now multiple times a month at sunset and sunrise. Everybody talks about the deer and the skunk and the rabbits and all that, but very rarely do people look up. We've got some beautiful carrion that live up in those trees, and they keep the ground clean. They eat the dead. They do their own policing. We do traffic studies, we do economic studies, but do we do wildlife impact studies on areas like this? I go back there, I feel guilty when I go back there on my motorcycle because I'm making noise, and I try and get to that pocket park shut it off, and just sit or walk the loop, as they call it. And it is absolutely beautiful. It's quiet. You don't get that same quiet at the other parks in this city. It is raw, it's natural, and everybody's walking on the outskirts so that the wildlife has all that interior to live their best lives and do their thing and contribute to our community. I would really like to see the RE1 lifted and make it a natural area, not develop it and just let nature take its course back there. Thank you very much.
I'm Cynthia Hernandez, and my husband, we own the 2 lots right there on William Rancher. So we're new to the area and definitely opposed to the rezoning. I think $500,000, it was scaled to a multi-million-dollar project, essentially. This wasn't just to recoup money. I can confidently tell you guys, with what we purchased, you can easily not use more than 10 acres of that land and recoup the money, confidently tell you that. You're also losing bats in the area, mosquito. Bats are eating the mosquitoes. I would be open to rezoning part of it for residential, larger lots, leaving it as like a natural area, because I think there is a cost to maintaining like the grass. I know that people go out there and mow. People go out there and police it as well. So definitely against it, but I think that there is room for some residential with larger lot sizes. Additionally, the Seneca and Bandera road laws, like left turn is first. So it's already a dangerous intersection that I don't know if it's going to be addressed, but if it's like, I think it just adds to the traffic issues there. So that's it.
So just to clarify, it's already zoned for larger lots.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be interested in rezoning part of it to a natural area?
I think that's a good, I think if like I'm giving feedback, I think part of it kept as like a conservation of what the area already is. We are already going to lose a significant amount of habitat in the back. But if part of it can be left, I think that would be beneficial.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
Just wanted to clarify, what were the 2 lots that you own?
The blue ones in the rectangle.
R1.
That middle rectangle of the William Rancher Samaritan.
Okay, that are
The blue.
aqua color. Okay.
Yeah. Does get taller.
It does.
There's arrows in the front on the right.
That's all right.
Or you can bend. I'm sure
I
you're
can wait.
used to
Yes.
hunting.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Travis Leach. I live on Kimman Drive. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. The neighborhood that abuts the Grass Hill Estates, and just to really echo the idea of the quality of life that brought my wife and I into Leon Valley and into this specific neighborhood as a oasis even pre-COVID. That's really what drew us into this neighborhood. The community that we have connected with, our neighbors, we see them often walking the edges of this area, and we would, I guess I'm speaking for myself, but I'm assuming my wife would feel the same way. We would request keeping it either zoned as RE1 or as a natural area, just to continue that quality of life. Thank you.
You can make it shorter again if you want.
Hi, my name is Hilda Gomez, and I live in Leon Valley. In full disclosure, I'm also an alternate for the planning and zoning. So I did some research. This particular request for rezoning, and I would like, so I wanted to start with the master plan, because that's what we're dedicated to following. And master plan is very clear that it is supposed to be an R1 single family zone. zoning. And also under the master plan, and then during this, that involved, also includes the city's master plan workshop, that the staff learned that one of the major concerns is regarding flooding in Leon Valley, and in particular in that area. So under those concerns for flooding, we see that some of the major concerns is the development of new infrastructure that's needed there. So before anybody takes a look into any kind of development, there's major infrastructure that would be required before we can start considering developers coming in. And because of the flooding, there's also evidence of runoff effects of pooling in that area. And maintenance just for what's existing there now. Now, under the master plan, that single family involves low density. That's what the master plan calls for, low density. So it's an R1. And if they consider the garden homes, it's with medium density. Okay, so the focus is single home, low density. Now, we hear that there's been a 2 traffic impact analysis of TIA, but I didn't find any dates because it just said that was done in the past. And when I drove down there this past weekend, it's pretty much dirt roads and 1 lane to get around. So that's another issue that I think we would have to consider. And as mentioned earlier about the history of this particular area, there's been at least 4 denials against an R6. And even a petition by citizens saying that they don't want it. They don't want an R6 garden homes. The only difference now is the city that's sort of requesting it. And the sticking point seems to me is the dubious parameters about what the R6 involves now. Okay, if we take into account the recent developments. So I think one of the things that people are having problems with is what does an R6 really mean today? We see that it refers to a lot size of 4,500 square feet as being a standard and is a minimum, but the reality is that's not what's happening. So does that translate to one home on an eighth of an acre? Because that's what's happened in some of the recent developments and developers that have approached the city. So technically, a garden home today, it could equate to a home on an eighth of an acre. So does that mean 8 houses per acre under a garden home? Or that would be 168 total on 21 acres. And even if you consider the footage needed for the streets and a green belt, the potential for maybe a total of 140 on 21 acres, okay? Under an R1, it's a minimum of 8,400 square feet, which would translate to 5 homes per acre, or 108 homes on 21 acres. And even if you consider in that situation the footage needed for streets and even a green belt, we're looking at maybe 90 homes. Okay, so how many acres per lot? Traditionally, it is 1 home on the 1/4 of an acre. Okay, but because of the changes we've seen, through the city council, where developers are coming in and challenging these things, we see differences. So how many houses on the 4th lot would be allowed under an R6? Remembering that the number of houses per lot could significantly increase the density from a medium to high density under an R6. And this is contrary to the master plan recommendations. Okay, so as is, the history reveals on this area that an R6 runs counter to the consistency and compatibility with the master plan. However, it does provide, because it is the city coming forward, it does provide an opportunity for the city to maybe look at this R6 and to start setting clear parameters and precisely classify, okay, so what does an R6 really mean moving forward? They could look at it and be more specific and clear and state the number of homes per acres that would be allowed under an R6, and would not allow for the arbitrary challenges to heights as what was witnessed last year by developers. Even though it says 2.5 feet, we saw developers coming up to the city council and saying, well, what about 4 stories? What about 3.5 stories? Those are the challenges the city had to deal with. So it can't, these as it stands now, and even if some of you thinking of voting for an R6, it does run contrary to what the master plan states for in terms of density. And bottom line, it would send the wrong message to the citizens of Leon Valley that are concerned with you paying adherence to the master plan.
Thank you.
Okay. So my recommendation is not the R6 as it stands, because it seems to be changing with every developer that comes to the city council. And to be clear about what the R1 really does mean in terms of homes per acre.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Since you are an alternate, next time, if you could speak when it's not public hearing, because
I'm
that was
sorry.
really well thought out for an alternate opinion. But I will, yeah. But I will comment on that. There is a little piece of misleading information in there that's sort of misunderstood. It's not that we're changing anything in the R6 for those developers. We're not doing anything to the R6. Those were PD developments. So we've not done anything to the R6 for any
I'm
of
not
those.
saying the zoning is doing it, but it's happening.
But you kept saying that we were doing things to the R6 and that the R6 isn't
I'm
being
saying
upheld.
that the R6 in and of itself is inconsistent.
But we're not. But the R6 is consistent. When it's zoned as R6 and just R6, R6 is being consistent.
So
those weren't zoned as R6. They were PD. That was
yeah,
their zone.
so there's the new zones that they're using are PDs to get things smaller than R6s.
Yeah.
So that's what you're talking about.
It's
is
its
that
own zone.
There's a
Yes,
lot
but
more
the, but the
PDs.
gateway is through the R6.
They can use any zone as a gateway. So
You can use anything underneath
yeah,
it. but
that's just what I want to clarify for
just
everybody.
she's making a clarification about there's another zone.
Yeah, it's a
that's
completely
being
different
used.
zone. So they rezoned as something else. They didn't rezone as R6. So just so everybody's clear, they didn't rezone as R6 and get away with things. If they had rezoned as R6, they'd have been upheld to the 4,500 and been stuck with 4,500. They didn't rezone to R6 and get away with things. They rezoned to a completely different zone. So if a developer came in here and asked for R6 and we gave them R6, they would be stuck with what was in the code as R6. They wouldn't get away with anything. So if a developer came here and asked for something on this lot and you came to the meeting and said, no, we don't want what that developer is asking for, you would be at that meeting and you would say, we don't want that, and then we would vote on that specific thing. Tonight we're looking at R6, and if we happen to vote on R6, which I don't think we're going to because you guys are saying that's not what you want, and we usually listen to the people. When there's, we usually listen to the people. But like if somebody asked for R6 and we gave them R6, they would have to follow R6. The developers that have been here previously that she's talking about, they asked for PDs and we gave them PDs and their zoning was PD. And if you guys want to go look into that, that is in our code and those cases are on the books and you can look into that in case the developer does come and ask for that on these lots with whatever the city offers. But that's not on the table tonight, so just so no one is confused.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Alcacer,
For
did
the
you?
first time, I get to speak up for my husband, who's sitting out there with laryngitis, Albert Alcocer. So I'm not taking more time.
Mr. Alcacer, your voice is so beautiful tonight. Continue speaking, please.
So a few things. First, we have fireflies, sometimes twice a year. Almost no other area around the city has them on a regular basis. We have almost like they have in the Arkansas show in the national park. So you're welcome to see it, please. But in addition to that, some things that you need to know is AIDS Drive from William Rancher to Samaritan, approximately at least 2 acres is CPS right away. The towers run over it. Nothing can be built or developed there. William Rancher, because of the house that was there, whose family members spoke earlier, can only be R1 because of the rules of the city, the zoning rules, because theirs is an R1 house. And so on that side of the street, which is where they'd be built, would have to be R1. The middle of the property, they are about to start the drainage project, which was paid for mainly by the county. So we're very lucky with that because there was no ridge planning. We have tremendous flooding. In fact, that's why the city acquired the property, for those who don't know, because there was a major lawsuit, which is public, and they were alleging that those of us, the Hendricks and Kathy Larkin, and even the former mayor who lived up on Rimkus, were sending water uphill. And I mean, this is a true story. And that's how the city, in order to settle it, ended up with the property. So those things also need to be known and considered, which many, especially the new residents, couldn't possibly know. But thank you for your time and consideration. And my husband made me take off my mask, but I do keep it on. But for him,
Thank you, Mr. Alcacer, for your beautiful comment.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Aguirre. I live on Seneca Drive. I've lived there since 1987. Actually, I've lived in Leon Valley since 1972, but moved to Seneca at that time. So I've seen a lot of change go on in over 50 years that I've been involved in Leon Valley. My parents even lived in Leon Valley and who've passed away quite some time ago. One of the things that I'm very concerned with is, and I see this on Nextdoor, there's a lot of stuff just seems to be going on in our city with a lot of traffic, people complaining about the lights that are there. And I think that we should leave things as they are. It's been natural and beautiful all these years. You know, I understand, you know, the city wants to grow, I guess, but let's grow with what's going on right now with the new developments that are happening. Let's see how that turns out before we rush into doing something else when we haven't even seen how that is going to affect our city. Because the traffic is a main concern for me. I know where Mr. Campos lives, and I like that area. Those lots on that Adair Street are beautiful. You know, if that was our option, that the city wants to do something to recoup their money, you know, okay. If it has to be big lots, fine. My preference would be to leave it as it is, natural. But if that had to be the option to do something, then it would have to be that, in my opinion. Nothing smaller than the 1 acre lots, because I don't think we could handle it, to be quite honest. And that is just my opinion.
Anyone else? Have we heard all the grand ideas? Nobody wants to put in a water park? A slip and slide down the drainage?
My name is Russell, and yes, we live there on William Rancher. You know, just kind of trying to play with what this looks like. I definitely think that, you know, it's a nice area. There's probably room for a few more residents to enjoy the space. I do think that probably to fit the look and appearance of the area, given the way our lot is, that, you know, maybe the RE1 as it's currently zoned would look uniform along William Rancher Road. There's going to be that drainage ditch down the middle, and then on the other side, of that drainage ditch, that is a very central part for everything that's going on. It's what's walked around. If there is going to be housing developed south of Samaritan Drive, then the loop that we're referring to is the center recreation space. So it would be nice to see that a significant portion, let kind of remain as rural as possible. Yes, there could be larger acreage, right, or the RE1s on the William Rancher side, but on the Samaritan side of that drainage ditch, it'd be nice to see that just nature area. I've seen, we lived in temporarily when we moved to the San Antonio area in the Terabella neighborhood of Stone Oak. And that neighborhood had a nature park area. There was a family of deer that lived there. As well, there were creature comforts for the residents. Everyone was in harmony. So I do think there was walking trails, but they were very naturally made walking trails through that nature area. So I think there is ways to, kind of expand, because I mean the pocket park is nice, but there are a lot of people, and it would be nice to be able to utilize more space or just have more, amenities. But I do think there is a way to do that while still keeping it very naturey, so that the deer and the wildlife remain, but that maybe there is a little more space to play, especially if there's going to be more housing. We initially we rented in the Garden Home neighborhood, not the ridge, but the area just south of it in this kind of blank gray space that is essentially the city of San Antonio. But it was crowded for, us trying to raise a family with, kids and pets. The park area, it's sort of how we found the property that we ended up purchasing, but we would walk over to this park, and that was our pressure release valve, our way to get away or escape our Garden Home environment. And we really relied on it, and we needed it, and we were amazed that there was this kind of natural area that we could enjoy. And it was reminiscent of the Terabella area just because of the neighborhood, because of the deer and the wildlife that were present, the people that were still very active in the space. So we definitely empathize with those who are living in the garden homes nearby. And if you're trying to raise a family, we realize that they do need some extra space to run around and play. And that's the best spot to do it and to enjoy just what God has created for us to enjoy. As mental health professionals, we realize that there's just something about nature that kind of stimulates the body, the mind, the animals, the plants, etc. All of it plays into our experience of life, and just stimulates us in certain ways that we just really need. So I don't know what the area that is below Samaritan Drive, I don't know what that could look like. I realize that I'd be all for higher density housing so that more people could enjoy the area, but I realize that would also kind of disrupt some of the rhythms of, enjoying the loop. It would increase traffic, but at the same time I realize maybe the city does need to grow. And if eventually there is going to be housing there, well, okay, fine, that's cool. But definitely that area within the loop needs to be kept as naturey as possible, so that however many people end up living in this space, they all have somewhere to enjoy.
Anyone else? Last chance. Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at 7:46. Crystal, there was one question someone asked, and it was, will the city go bankrupt over $500,000? I don't think they were here during the budget discussions in August.
No, so, I mean, no, the plan was always to sell the property, is my understanding. The idea was never to keep the property. The city can't be a developer. We're not in the development industry. We would have to develop streets and bring utilities there. And so if RE1 is what the council or this commission decides to do, a developer would have to come in and develop the streets and develop how the lots are going to be parceled off to best suit their development. They would have to fall in line with every code. So any dirt road that's out there would all have to come into compliance with this development. The developer would be asked to bring all those roads into compliance in order to meet the development. There wouldn't be exceptions to you couldn't build a development and keep dirt roads. There were some concerns about traffic. We did have our Dura group here to be able to answer some of those questions. But again, because there's not really a plan, there's not a set development, it was more of let's see what the climate of the community is for this particular area, because we haven't addressed it since 2017. And a lot happens in those couple of years as to what was wanted then and what is wanted now. And so this is a great discussion for this evening, and I think it's great feedback to take back to the council as to what this community was looking for. It sounds like they want to keep it a natural area, and that's completely 100% up to the council if they so choose to do that. They could deem it parkland. They could leave it RE1 and just see if somebody in the future comes in and wants to develop it as 1 acre lots. They could so choose to develop it into a different zoning district if they want to do that. And so, but from what I'm hearing from everybody this evening, they like the natural area. I don't know if they'd be interested in like some sort of development as part of the development for the community if they agree to build a walking path. Would that change people's minds? I don't know the answers to those questions, and so those kinds of leaves things open. The budget is, the council did lower property tax rates this year. They're looking at doing an exemption. We haven't lowered police. Police have gone up from 25, 26 to 41. We are fully staffed at the moment. Council did raise employee salaries last year, and personnel is the biggest part of our budget. And because personnel is the biggest part of our budget, personnel costs go up every year. They never go down. They will always continue to go up. And so we do have to look, because when we do make the property taxes go lower, or when we decide to give exemptions, everybody talks about other revenue source. And everybody always has talked about economic development and sales tax. Our sales tax hasn't gone down. If you look at our history, our sales tax has continued to rise. We're not going to get a farmer's market or Trader Joe's here and it's going to be up and running and it's going to be able to supplement your budget overnight. And so we do have to look at other funding sources. This was another funding source we were taking a look at. Again, it's still the commission, it's still the residents, it's how the council so chooses to rezone the property. And so I think this is a great discussion because it shows that the climate's still the same. They don't want anything built there, and the council just needs to be made aware of that.
Thank you. I believe our alternate, Ms. Gomez, brought up an excellent point earlier that I was also going to bring up, and that was the point that was in the PowerPoint about the comprehensive plan stating that it should remain low density single family housing. If anybody remembers when Brandon was here, wow, you guys are all new. He always made sure to bring up the comprehensive plan anytime there was a zone change. And I think that's really important because the comprehensive plan should guide how we're thinking about the city in the future, because that is what the residents all got together during that planning process, since that was planned by a committee of residents. That wasn't planned by, that has to come up soon. We're doing that. But this one was planned by a committee of residents and such.
Again, this was part of a lawsuit. We got sued in 2013.
Yeah.
As part of the lawsuit in 2017, we went to mediation. We bought the property for $500,000 to settle that lawsuit. And then as part of the discussion, when the city took over the property, we initiated that zoning case to make it RE1.
Yeah.
And so it's not unheard of that the city initiates a zoning case. This is just our way of trying to see what the climate is. If it's to leave it RE1, if it's to leave it natural, that's fine. That's what the climate is.
Yep.
I hate to say I don't care either way, but I don't have a preference. It's just my job to be able to bring the zoning change because it was requested. I mean, we had a couple of developers come in and that's what they were requesting. We have not had a developer come in and say, we can build on 1 acre lots. And
I mean,
so,
we would talk about it even if a developer already bought it and the developer came and asked for it. So.
yeah. The other thing I did want to clarify was somebody mentioned the flood control issue out there. We have a $2 million flood control project already going on in that particular area. And so I do want to, I think it was Ms. Gomez that mentioned it. We are addressing the infrastructure out there, and that should hopefully be done by the summertime.
The summertime. Excellent. So considering the comprehensive plan and the comments from the citizens tonight, I don't know if anybody has any other comments, but I'm inclined to send this to the city council with a firm no. If anybody has other comments, we can discuss that, but if we don't, we can go ahead and move on from this. Do you have other comments, Mr. Perry?
I do.
If the green light's on, it's
Okay.
on.
I've been sitting here listening to everybody and thinking about things. And kind of a radical outside the box idea that I have that's worthy of putting out there because the space is here to kind of throw ideas around. It appears to me that the city has $500,000 tied up in this property. And that's $500,000 that can't be used anywhere else. So, if they were willing to let go of the property for the $500,000 and not make a profit on it, then that kind of opens up opportunity to think a little differently. All of you who are here, who are opposed to this and love the current status of the property, you're getting to enjoy it for free. So, something to think about is if the city would be willing to sell the property for the $500,000 and not make anything over and above what they've got tied up in it, would a group of you all be interested in buying bits and pieces of the property to preserve it in its current status indefinitely, and some sort of system gets established where if you wanted to sell your share, someone else would come along and buy it, not for a profit. But then you have some control over what happens with the future of the property.
Sounds like a golf course in Alabama.
But it would indefinitely be, maintained as the status quo. Just something to think about. Because we all know everyone's trying to make a buck here and there, but if a solution lies within the city being agreeable to recouping its $500,000 and a group of property owners in the area could come up with a plan, something to think about.
All right. Okay. Any other comments?
Sure. Can I make a motion?
Just a second. Are there other comments before we do the motion?
Yeah.
You have a comment before a motion?
Yeah, I think we've been faced with this similar dilemma with the Triangle property. And, residents, understandably in the area, want the luxury of having this rural feel and to living out there. And it's nice. I mean, I don't blame you. But at the same time, I think what Mr. Perry brings up is something that all residents are faced with, and the council and our staff is faced with, and that's doing, due diligence to the whole community. We'd all love this privilege, right? But at some point, the city's definitely facing budget issues and constraints. So, thinking out of the box, I think, is a great idea. But I think, sometimes we want things, but we're not sometimes willing to sacrifice for that, And so, something to consider, but also a compromise here as well. I think would be wise. So, because I think Hilda Gomez brought up the idea of R1 being in the master plan. So that would be a neighborhood similar to Shadow Mist, right? I don't think we'd consider that high density.
This is already R1.
Yeah, right. So pretty much Kinman, I guess where Abraham Diaz you live, that's R1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know the idea of acre lots has been brought up, but let's be honest. I mean, it probably wouldn't be very realistic.
I mean,
As far as having an investor come in and.
I mean, the lots in Monte Robles sell, the empty lots in Monte Robles sell.
Yeah,
So,
well.
I mean, it's not that unrealistic. And the acre lots back off Abe Lincoln sell, so.
Yeah.
Also not unrealistic.
May I speak as having some special knowledge that most people don't have? That should affect what was just spoken. I don't know if I'm out of turn or if I'm able to do that.
Is it regarding the tiny pieces of land that he wants to sell off?
So it's regarding half of the land and what's on that half, and the city just platted that area. Why, I do not know, but it was just platted to what it was before it was sold. If they had been smart, to me, they would have platted it in 1 acre lots to give an idea of what could be done. But the 9 of the 20 acres is what we call the Elizondo property. It's on the right side it's on Samaritan. So it's on the right side. If you're turning from AIDS to Samaritan, it's on the right side. I don't think even most of the people here realize it. But anyway, that itself could be put into 1 or 2 acre lots. There was a house there, but the city had to knock it down because of the danger. But that could be made and sold. But they've never offered it for sale. So they could plat it. They say you can't develop, but they can plat. But the one other thing that is not mentioned about that land is it was allowed to be used as a dump. So about 7 of the 9 acres is filled with rebar and cement. There used to be all pecan trees. And so that's part of what has caused the flooding in the area, because it's raised 2 or 3 feet above the level that it was to cover up all that was put under. Supposedly, because it was approximately 20 years ago that the 20-year statute runs, but the city allowed that to happen. And then finally, for Mr. Perry, other people have money in that property that are citizens and live in the area. It wasn't just the city. And so, yes, we have paid for that area already. So that's something that needs to be known and people need to be aware of.
Thank you.
Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Carlos.
Madam Chair, we've heard the citizens speak, and I'd like to make a motion to deny the request to the zoning change to the R6 garden home zoning.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Oh, he beat you. You're too slow. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Campos and a second by Mr. Alonso to send this to City Council with a denial for the zone change to R6. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. This goes to City Council next week? Week after next?
I would recommend that all the concerned citizens realize that we are an advisory board. The city council is the one that you need to convince and to maintain your presence with. So I encourage you to make sure that you do so.
So when is their meeting?
March 7th.
March 7th, so that's next week.
It's next week.
That's next week. March 7th, next Tuesday. You guys are all busy because you will be here. Mark it.
Thank you all for coming out.
Thank you guys for coming. We'll take a 5-minute break while everyone leaves.
No, not with that one. Yeah, these should be easy. Should be. You think that's long, come to a council meeting. You think that's long, come to a council meeting.
I know.
I've stayed here till 12 or 1 o'clock sometimes.
Yep.
Get some water or something.
Ridiculous.
Do you guys know about the little thing back here?
I can see people going in there.
Well, they've been keeping it away from us.
Yeah, kind of him to let us know.
Yeah. There were no packets this morning. I wondered, maybe you told me about packets.
Yes, it is on there now, packets. See, I don't know what it's on
Yeah, no, that was it. I spoke with him because that's what concerns me. Thank you.
They keep it, they're fine with it.
Okay.
That's why I'm getting home. I could listen with open ended dollars. We were told at the time the market was calling $500,000, and so we're estimating about $250,000. But it doesn't mean that they need put us up to 11%. There's developers probably who may maybe but what we've been giving out is a much smaller lot. And that's what Mark was doing about our
RE1 is passing up the minimum of an acre. Nothing, so R1 stipulates.
It's not that 1 acre lots are less so they obviously sell. The problem is developing it.
Who's going to really come and have the incentive to go through all the infrastructure?
To build the utilities, to build lights, to build all of that stuff. It's just
Hey, Randy Davis. I'm a part of a. I think what you brought up was a good point. I started at 6:30 and it's been going on. But the insinuation that there's some grand scheme to flood the area with as many houses as possible. That's coming from exactly.
From a management perspective and looking at your budget, absolutely. Yeah. If I can think a bunch of towns, I have a launch has to be astronomical, but I know that that's not what it is. I know what happens to town homes if I.
But at the same time, we have the budget discussion. Right. No one's here to hear it. Everyone shows up when it's that. Right?
They're not.
There really isn't a traffic impact. There's no development, so there isn't.
So there's all what is.
Two numbers, just like this more or less. I mean, they weren't too far off of the tips.
What could be, what if, so it's estimated for next year. Just we originally tried to create some scenarios for, we don't decide that we don't have definite.
So,
Like, right, so you're not to put it out there that this could happen, that could happen, because we don't know as well as we know.
what days did you say that the orders had to be done?
And then you're looking at getting ready for like.
It's probably gonna happen. Well, that's my point.
That's what I'm right.
Look at us being punctual.
Oh.
Ha, I knew it. It's the girls. The girls are all boys just don't, they're such chatterboxes, these boys, they're late for everything. It's all right. I'm just being that silent classroom teacher to see which kids notice.
Let's get it on and get it done.
Richard will be the last to notice because he's outside smoking.
Oh, take a little smoky.
Oh. Excuse me.
They would have to take proper money.
I've been interested in buying that property.
Do you have money?
Okay.
Buy it. I don't have money. I'd buy it and build a house on it, but I barely have money to pay off the mortgage on my house that I bought pre-COVID, so.
Hey, David, that was a great. Oh. I like the way you said that. That was good. I mean, I'm sure people didn't obviously monitor it.
I'm sure they didn't
So I
appreciate
sent like gout courses in Alabama, and I'm not joking, because in Alabama, they have membership-only courses, where in order to get a membership, you have to be a property owner of the neighborhood, and so they'll sell off a square foot of grass, so you can be a property owner of the neighborhood, so you can get a membership to a golf course, because you own a square foot of grass.
But the question is, what does that square foot of grass do?
It gets you access to the neighborhood, so you can be so that you can be a member of the golf club.
I think they're doing stuff like that in Scotland.
You still have to pay property taxes on your square foot of grass.
I have a square foot in Ireland.
There you go.
Yeah, I heard of a square foot being sold in Scotland.
It's like owning a star. Okay. I am resuming the meeting at 8:11. I don't think I said what time I recessed the meeting. It was 8:06 on my watch. I don't know what time that actually is because my watch is
Sounds good.
fast. But we'll call that the right time because I said 5 minutes and my phone says 8:11 and that's 5 minutes. Math. That brings us to 3-2 because the person involved in 3-2 is in the room this evening. We'll just go backwards tonight.
Yeah.
Presentation, public hearing, and discussion to consider a recommendation on a subdivision replat of a total of .2686, ooh, that's a fun number, acres of land being lots 5 and half of 6, block, blah, 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 Linkwood Addition subdivision located in the 7600 block of Linkwood Street. He knows which one it is, and so does the city. That's what matters.
So the Planning and Zoning Commission is being asked to consider approval of a replat, approximately .2 acres of land being lot 5 and half of lot 6 in the Linkwood Addition subdivision located 7600 block of Linkwood Street. Options, approval, denial, and staff recommends approval of this replat. The property owner owns both undeveloped lots, wishes to construct a single-family home, but also, as you know, is required to replat the lots in order to build. The applicant is requesting variances to connect to water and sewer mains and sidewalks at the time of construction. Per our city engineer that has reviewed the plat, it meets all the city code requirements, and platting is required prior to construction.
Why does he need a variance to do that at time of construction?
He doesn't need it, but he's asking not to do the sidewalks and connect to the water and sewer until they submit building plans.
That's weird. Okay.
Okay, can you go back? I'm sorry. I'm going too fast. They normally do that. Okay, one more. Forward. Okay, there we go. So there's your typical BCAD map of the one full lot and the half lot. It does, doesn't it? So there's your aerial view of the two lots. I don't know how to go back on there.
There's one
Mike.
in the middle and one on the bottom. They want to
Mike.
put in the middle and the bottom one together.
Mike. Okay. You didn't have your mic.
This is the proposed plan. You can see the home there. Single family residence. Two, I don't know my glasses. 23, 25?
25.
My glasses are over there. And so 16 letters were sent out. We did not get any back in favor, opposition, or undeliverable. And there's your C statement. And do you have any questions? It's a simple replat with a couple of variances to build a single-family home.
He meets the requirements and he's just asking for variances to build the sidewalk and connect to the sewer.
At the time that they submit construction plans to the city.
But it will get done?
Yes.
I don't care. Motion.
I motion that we move forward approving it as it's presented here in the agenda.
Excellent. We have a motion by Mr. Mata and a second by Ms. Roof to, we have to send this to City Council because it has variances, right? To approve this, send it to City Council with the variances. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimously approved. Next week.
Thank you.
Next week it will be approved. Congratulations. That brings us to item 3.1, presentation and discussion to consider a recommendation on an ordinance amending Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.01 zoning ordinance, Division 13 organization and enforcement, Section 15.02.722 general statutes, ordinances, and rules applying to the Board of Adjustment as mandated by the Texas Local Government Code.
Great. Consider approval of an amendment, as you said, Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.01, Division 13, And this is ordinances, general statutes, rules applying to the Board of Adjustment. Regarding appeals, the Board of Appeals as mandated by Texas Local Government Code.
So are all of these things that the Texas Local Government Code changed, and we're just updating to make it
Correct.
match?
Correct.
So
I'll show you the next slide. So we do recommend approval. Of this
because
request.
Texas Local Government Code did it,
Yes.
so we should also do it.
Yes.
Does anybody want to see the presentation?
No.
So in here, it does show you what has changed and what the city's going to amend. And so, we typically do this when there's a change to this Texas state code that we adopted as well. or amended.
Ms. Hilda Gomez, did you want to see the presentation?
I have one as well.
Excellent. Let's just ask the questions then. Ms. Roof, Ms. Hilda Gomez, up to the microphone, and then make sure you turn your microphone on when you ask yours, Ms. Roof.
I honestly had a little bit of a problem understanding this. I did look up that the ordinance that she's referring to, that sections 211.008 pertaining to the changes by the Texas legislature, and it does refer to some of these items, but nowhere does it mention adding an R1 or R7 or planned development zoning districts. So I was just wondering where that came from.
Because those are in our code. And so we have to add them to make it match our code.
Okay, so that's City of Leon Valley adding them.
Yes. Because the Texas Local Government Code says what it applies for the whole state of Texas, and then every city has to make it match their individual city's code.
Okay, so these already exist then?
Mhm.
Okay. And I was trying to understand the planned development zoning district,
Mhm.
and I looked it up. It was like 16 pages.
It's long. I'll explain it to you after the meeting.
Okay.
Ms. Roof.
Yeah, my question is a simple one, probably very basic. But why is this coming before the zoning commission? What's the managerial, whatever it is, relationship?
Would you like to explain to our new people about the Board of Adjustment and why it comes to us?
Well, I don't know a lot about the Board of Adjustment. We're just getting into that. We don't have enough members, so we are planning on taking a class to inform and teach and educate.
Okay.
So
I'll explain it. Or
Okay,
would
thank
Ed
you
like
very
to
much.
explain it?
You can keep it short. Or maybe you can do it after the meeting.
Most that I know is that we can't sit on both.
So we're both required, both of us. Well, the BOA is required by the state of Texas, and if our city, I think we're required because we are. All the words have left me. Ed, explain it. My brain just went blank. Because we're home rule. Because we're home rule, we have to have a planning and zoning committee, a zoning committee. And you can't be on both because of the different issues we deal with.
that is correct.
So that's why you can't be on both. We are over the Board of Adjustment. Well, they're both in the same chapter, and we're over that chapter. And so anytime the Board of Adjustment comes up, we have to review it.
Okay.
That's the simplest.
managerial relationship.
Yep.
That's all.
Ms. Gomez.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Here you go.
Okay, I understood that the Board of Adjustment was a legal entity.
Yep.
That actually hears the appeals.
Yep,
And so
like a court.
These are the conditions that are going to regulate the appeals.
Yep.
But I had the same question, because they are a legal entity, and we can't influence, we can't tell them what to do because
Yep.
they're legal. But by the same token, so we're sort of setting the parameters of, under the conditions that they're going to hear the appeals? Is that what this is?
A little. The state of Texas has their own rules for that.
So will we always be hearing the, any kind of changes that are done to the board?
Yeah, all we do is make sure the chapter's up to date with what Texas says they have to do.
We have to approve it, and then they can implement it? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they do it.
Okay.
Yep.
And on that note, I motion that we approve this item as presented.
Oh, the duo is back. Mr. Martinez?
I gave you a little bit of insight into the Board of Adjustment. It's a quasi-judicial board. And basically, if she makes a decision and the homeowner doesn't like it, they appeal to the Board of Adjustment.
Yeah.
And the Board of Adjustment, like I said, is quasi-judicial, and typically their decisions are law.
They can do that with our decisions and
If-
city council decisions too.
Yeah, but this, if you don't like the decision of the Board of Adjustment, your only reprieve is to take it to district court. And that's the difference. And unless you guys did some very egregious error, the district court's going to side with your hearing or your decision. So you guys are, the Board of Adjustment's a very, very powerful board. It's not used that often. In fact, my wife will attest, years ago she was on the Board of Adjustment. The mayor told her, hey, we need somebody on here. We haven't heard a case in 2 or 3 years. Would you please we just need a body.
It's a good
Right
sign.
away there were 3 cases.
Good sign when there's no hearings.
Yeah.
So anyways, we got
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Mata and a second by Ms. Roof to approve the changes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. That brings us to announcements by commissioners and city staff. I have only the reminder to anybody that's odd placed that may not have reapplied.
Oh.
Like,
Who would that be?
Nobody
What am I?
here.
I don't even know what number I am.
what number is he? 6. You're even. You're not odd. That's odd.
I'm place 1.
Really? That's Mr. Compost, you already did yours, you told me? Mr. Blackmore? I did mine.
That leaves me.
That leaves you, and Mr. Perry. And I contacted Ms. Bull. Did you do yours already? No. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Go online, yeah. Pretty straightforward.
And you will get an email confirmation from Ms. Pasley. If you didn't get that, you didn't do it right.
Or you could call her and she'll walk you through it too. Yeah.
So that's my only announcement. Anything from staff?
Yes, so in your binders, you will see an insert, and it shows you the steps to get notifications of the meetings and agendas off our city website. So if you follow those steps, you should get a notification in your email that says, the meeting is at this time, this date.
Oh.
And also you can sign up for city council meetings as well.
Yeah. Or you can just remember because it's always the same Tuesday of every month.
Except for November and
Oh, so you
December.
mean beyond the notifications we get from staff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, this is on our city website, and you'll see a little, I think it's a bell. Is it a bell? At the very bottom
Be a
of the
bell.
website, and it says notify me. And you just click on that. I think you enter your email and select the different types of meetings that you want to get notified of.
I have a question. I did that some time ago when I got the original notice, and I only saw two sets of meetings on there. Have they added more now?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, because it was planning and
And city
zoning
council.
and city council.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there's CPAC and all kinds of other parts.
They may be added later. I can check on that for you.
Okay, very good.
Sure,
Thank
I'll
you.
let you know.
Is that it?
Yes, yes.
So then I will see everyone at our next meeting on March 28th at 6:30, and we will adjourn at 8:25.
Thank you.
Is that the weekend?
So why have to fill out? I think someone sent
the last two were.
Yeah, take care. Hey man, great job. You pretty much, you surmised what I was thinking with what you presented to them. I wasn't sure how. No, I think that's great because the idea that everyone wants these green areas and they think that it's just green. Oh, the city should just swallow it and everyone should be on the floor from other parts of the city.
At the end of the day, banks lend money. And all they really want is the principal and the interest that you get, right? So if the city is good with just getting it $500,000, it's got to be generated somehow. It's got to be some advantage to generate $500,000.
Well, and I think ideally, Crystal and probably most of the council would like to maximize our ability to bring in some revenue from that property. But, you know, I mean, I think that sometimes you want that. Yeah, typically you feel people on the left love high density housing and metropolitan areas where we can expect to see them. You know how they see things. It's just they only come to council meetings and show up to meetings when they affect them.
You know, I'm in favor of leaving it as is because
nice.
The fireflies kind of got me.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember fireflies as a kid, and you don't see them anymore.
No, I agree, but you could drive out to park out off the scenic loop and
Okay.
You know?
Right now, that land is selling for about $100,000 an acre. We have $2 million right there. $2 million tied up. So we need that. We are right now.
But people want
we are
what they
hurting.
want.
We are hurting. Like if the legislature does not let them, more likely going to happen. We fund 6 cops to that money. 2 of them sit here just looking at the videos, but 4 of them are patrol officers. How are we going to? That's $400,000. Where are we going to come up with that money?
And that's why I sort of